Hello and welcome to the wonderful wacky world of Kithmaros. Well, Zillinger specifically in Kithmaros. There we go. We're not just starting. We have started, I suppose. So this is episode 2 of our Pathfinder campaign. Um, Last time, does anyone want to do a summary, or do you want me to do a summary? Okay. So last time, our intrepid adventurers, Kadok and Dermot, uh, after an unfortunate encounter where they tried to help the magistrate of the small town of Benlaw traverse the dangerous roads all the way to Haliashna. They were attacked on the road by some ne'er-do-wells, um, and subsequently have been implicated as having maybe done the murder themselves. They made the decision to try and return to Benlaw. Um, that decision has not necessarily gone super well for them. They encountered some High Watch, which is the guards that guard the road from Haliashna to Benlaw, and they basically gave the worst version of events that they possibly could, which is kind of on them, if I'm honest. Then once they were in Benlaw, they found out that that they looked for their help in the RAT Guild, their allies within the town, and they found out that their likeness was captured by a device or a creature, depending on how you want to think of it, that the High Watch possessed when they arrived. And they decided to steal it back, which they have now done so. And they are now in the town after these events. Well, sorry, no, they're now in the RAT Guild's basement with the box, awaiting what they're going to do next. And that's where we will encounter Kadok and Dermot. Yeah, they'll probably be. So it was that day, and they were 2 days out. So you would have to wait. You have a whole another day, and then they will arrive at some point on the day after. Oh, there's some else Trump. So are you going to sit? So remember that this is later in the evening. There's not really anybody about. Are you going to sit upstairs in the mouse's ramp, or are you going to take cover? Okay, yeah, you can spend the evening drinking away. Um, the oh, hi, Dine for music. See, we're not gonna use people's names. We're not gonna do it. Not gonna slip up. Yeah, no, that's fine. Yeah, so you can while away the time, um, sitting in the basement drinking and doing whatever. Do you want to discuss anything, or do you just want to kind of go into a rest and we'll refresh for the next day? Hmm? inside a shell. You never asked it, but you're welcome to ask it. Okay, so when you open the box that you had previously, um, you open it now and it looks substantially different inside. Instead of being the small imp-like creature you saw before, it's now a very elongated face, exaggerated ears, long hair, little pointy hat, very elaborate robes, and all of the inside of the little box is no longer like Da Vinci's workshop. Now you're looking at um, some sort of very over-the-top fantasy woodland creature's house. So like there's a little pine cone in the corner, and all of the windows are everything's rounded with little filigree and stuff like that. Um, as the last time you I specified what the box was, you identified it as a painting elf and not a picture imp. And it has now changed. And yeah, well, you said I wasn't a picture imp anymore, so this is what we got. Yeah, the name's Easel. Good luck. It took me 5 minutes to work out how to spell easel yesterday. Yeah, but I didn't think that to start with. I was like, it can't be that. It has to be every other combination of making those noises. Like, why would I think that an easel is related to weasel in any way? Remember, this is a PSA. Please don't make your easels out of weasels. Um, but yes, easel as in a painting easel. They look up at you. Yeah, I made it. Uh, he looks around the box at the the cobbled cellar with with shelves and old barrels of beer and all these other things, and they look out and it's like, I could do you a murder scene in here. You know, like over there over that barrel, a corpse draped over, that sort of thing. Not doing it. Don't make a very good corpse. Now, if you put some red paint, maybe. Well, it looks like every other cellar to me. And Easel's definitely forgotten what their voice was last week, by the way, if that wasn't obvious. They blink. They go into the little shelf cupboard space that you saw, and they have like it looks like it's an infinite storage space basically, and they pull out just like picture after picture of various people's faces and stuff until eventually there's a pile of portraits of people on one side, and then they pull out a tiny little picture that is it's like in their hands it's small. Obviously all these pictures are small in their hands, but it's basically a black canvas with just a white dot in the middle. Let me show that to you. Very much a an expectation. Not like a gleeful, oh, this is the best thing I've ever painted, but an expectation of whether or not you appreciate art. You won't see. Wait, hang on. Was his voice? Was he? Was he a Londoner? I don't remember. I think he might have been actually. Was he? Oh, oh. I mean, he's a magical imp that lives in a box that changes when you change what he is. So his voice will change as I forget and remember. That's fine by me. Look, I don't know how to put it to you, but this you won't find looking for it. This is a picture of my soul. This is what I see when that lady popped her head in my box and asked for picture of what's his name and points to just the pile of portraits. You see this, and he points to the dot. This is what I see. The light, but surrounded by darkness. So all I gotta do is paint that little dot. No? Nothing to you? You just wanted my portraits, didn't you? It looks up. You serious? Well, how do I put this to you? Art isn't what, and he points to your eyes, isn't there, and then he points to your heart. That's where real art is. It's inside. That's how you make art. Now, you want me to paint anything, or you want me to do a scene of this basement you got here? Well, you'd have to. Just look, I see the essence of a subject. I paint the essence of a subject, and sometimes it looks like the person, but that's normally because I'm told to get it close to the person. I don't get to do a lot of landscapes, is what I'm saying. I get to do mostly portraits. Already did. You told me to destroy them. That is how his soul looks. Well, that's because I live in a box looking at a tiny window and painting what people tell me to. So it's hardly likely that my soul is going to be much more than a pinprick of light in the darkness. Oh, we're getting very existential this early. Easel is an artiste. Well, just remember, give me things to paint. I particularly would like to paint some landscapes over some portraits, change it up, see what I can get going. Although the soul of the landscape will be quite a bit different to what's his name's over there. All right. You want to close the lid? Yeah. Okay, so you're just gonna have your long rest, and you want to discuss your plans? Yeah. I know, but you're gonna have days, so I'm still gonna ask you what you want to do on those days. So, you wake up in the morning. Um, you, yeah, you are not arrested or inhumed in any way. So I can tell you that the demonstrating that your powers still work is not proof that you haven't done anything wrong, because that's just a mechanics thing. So while it will mean that if you can demonstrate your power works, then perhaps they'd be more inclined to believe you because it would be unlikely that you had done something wrong. But it's not like it's a concrete cast iron alibi. But you could maybe persuade monks. Hmm. Yeah, that there's more things that you could have done wrong outside of um, simply, yeah, following exactly the god's rules kind of thing. So, do you want to go and see anything around town during the day? Want to get a lay of the land? Okay. So you're just gonna spend the day in the basement? I mean, you made it way worse than it had to be, so I'm proud of you. No, no, this is a proper ye oldie cellar. This isn't a yeah, it's a storage cellar. It's not for anything else. Yeah, well, the day and the afternoon pass by, and you get to the evening. Um, some point, and the only kind of reason why you can tell that it's night or day, is you can see the candles lit upstairs, so you can see like the light coming down. I mean, I assume you have a candle down here, but you see the light change from upstairs. Um, and around like getting into the evening when this light change happens, Gregor comes down the stairs, and he's sort of comes towards you. Right then, so couple things you might want to be aware of. First things first, they know you took the box, and the High Watch captain is not best pleased. And the second thing, and he looks at you, damn it, I would not advise paying the old family a visit. It's being watched. They sent a rider this morning to try and get some more High Watch on the road down here to lock down the town. Um, that'll take a few days, but I'm hoping that at least some of the guild will be able to get back here by tomorrow, because I wouldn't stay longer than after tomorrow. Because once the High Watch get here, it's gonna be a lot harder getting in and out of the city. Sorry, in and out of the town. Yeah, you're keeping the basement warm. What's the box do though? Or what do I do with it? He just like looks inside at the little painting elf. Um, Yeah, yeah, no, I'm not talking myself. And he just looks very confused, and he just closes it and gives it back to you. I mean, I could put something over the bar, but something impressive. Yeah, he is about 6'7" tall. He's in his 50s. He has yes. He's not a small gentleman. Um, and he has like pretty sparse uh sort of silver hair and like stubbly. Like he has efforts at a beard and mustache, but it's all very stubbly and grey and salt and peppery and that kind of thing. So he's a very human looking man. Well, I mean, my pa had this before me, and I always knew that it was what I was going to do. So working in the pub is always rewarding in its own way. It's oh no, yeah, no, he'll wax lyrical about the benefits of owning your own business and all the rest of it, and he is the owner and all the rest of it and all that sort of stuff. Right? Yeah, no, no, no. I got the brief. Right? You close the lid, and then approximately 5 seconds later, you hear a knock. You open the box, um, and Easel provides you with a portrait of Grego. It's a very nice portrait. He's standing behind the bar, not necessarily all smiles, but um, looking in control of his surroundings, cleaning a glass, standing at the bar. It's a very, very, very good portrait. But it's also photograph size. No, it's just a generic bar. Well, it's a very nice picture. It's a bit on the small side. Well, I don't know. I thought it was magic. It'd come out and be all full sized. No, I'm sure I could get a frame, put it up over the bar. Yeah, he takes it. He takes it and he hits. Hmm? No, it's like a photo. It's like a yeah, not a big picture, but not a small picture. Yeah, I'll keep you posted on when they look like they're gonna get here tomorrow. Um, Probably won't be until the evening, so If you have any business to attend to in the town, I'd recommend that you get to it. There is food down here as well. I mean, it's a pretty well stocked larder. It's whether or not he'll notice. Oh, also, to remind you as well, you did have those documents. Do you want to do anything with them? Alfred. Yeah. Okay. I'm going to need you to make me a check, of which I am just pulling my things up. It is. I'm pretty sure it is society, but I wrote down exactly what it is. It is a society check because deciphering documents, it depends what the document is. Depends on which check you use, but it's a society check. I guess it's not a negative. Okay. On an 18. Wow. I guess just roll high? Question mark. Um, you go through the documents. You have to go through them many times before you spot something. Um, there is a bunch of items, not all at once, and it's spread out over the past. Like these documents are for the past like month, 2 months. Um, that certain items that you're pretty sure should not be valued as they are valued much lower than they should be. So like it'll be some big gold, I don't know, like a gold bowl for whatever reason, because somebody wants a gold bowl, and it's like listed for a few silver. Um, and there's a few of these that happen, um, and that you also notice that of the goods that get confiscated, they seem to disproportionately be high value items like gold things, gem things, that sort of stuff. Um, and you also notice that there is uh, like pinned to one of these pieces of paper is a an additional document that is basically uh, things that the watch has paid for. And there's a note for saying like repair of weapons, repair of armor, buying new weapons, buying new armor, and there's also a note there that's services rendered by the blacksmith for smelting down old watch goods. which with the other evidence suggests that perhaps she utilized some services to make the materials more easily transferable. Probably the easiest way of putting that. And then there's also in one of the other documents that there's evidence that she signed out the, so only the watch captains and the magistrate can do this, but she signed out the key for the vault. Basically, she has to get permission to go to the vault to check something, and then she can come back. So, you want it recopy pasted? Do. Wait, why doesn't it? Huh? Why won't it send? I was trying to send it in Foundry, but I'm hitting enter and it's not going. So I guess we'll just have to send it in a different format. That's kind of weird and not great. There you go. And that's it's signed by the Count of Gricardi. Which, yeah, you're not familiar with those places, but you have, I believe that you looked into it briefly. like the I seem to remember that you did some sort of check to find out roughly where they were. Yeah, that they're in other countries, but they're not that far away. Okay. Are you doing anything else? So, are you going to do any explory things, or are you just going to take a long rest and wait for tomorrow? During the evening, I mean. Cooked goose. Okay. Um, so you you take a long rest. You wake up the following day. What would you like to do on this day? Anything during the day before the likely evening arrival of the RAT Guild? Okay. Yeah, no, that's fine. Um, so, um, in the evening, well, not yeah, quite late into the evening, so sort of like 9, 10 at night. Um, you hear footsteps upstairs in the mouse's rump, and you hear Grego muffled voices, conversations going on. You can hear his voice because it's deeper. Um, and then you see two figures in the silhouette of the stairs as two members of the Rat Guild have arrived, um, and they're all in cloaks and stuff, and they come down the stairs towards you. Um, yeah, well, I mean the cellar is reasonably large, so that's not a problem. Um, they pull down their hoods. It is it's Aira and Asterth. Um, so the more organizy one was Asterth, the very gaunt, tall figure, very pale, and Aira, who is um, dressed in quite fine clothes, and she is. I mean, I guess she's also pale, but she's pale and blue-ish. Like she has something about her, and like looks more elven than Astarth's more human-y appearance. Um, they acknowledge your presence, and then they go over to the wall. And Aira turns around and says, "You know that you need to turn around, don't you?" and um, get easel in on it. Uh, you hear a bunch of tapping on the wall, and then the wall does what it did before, and it opens up to reveal a passageway behind. Um, and Asterth turns to you all and says, um, "It is about time that you tell us what is going on. We have traveled quite far in a short period of time to learn what is going on." Gregor's message seemed quite insistent, so walk and talk as we get in. Um, Asta uh, pauses for a second and looks at you. The Count of Gricardi and the Count of Liomba both hold the magistrate responsible. Fascinating. Yes, well, as you say, they succeeded in killing him. This is an interesting development. As you're no doubtless aware from the evidence we had before, that it is the day watch captain who is responsible for these actions. The implication of the blacksmith is a development. I wonder to what extent they are aware of what it is they assisted with. But hmm? But this is very good information. We should be able to expose Alfred, what they do. Do they know that you have this information? Well, then I suspect we may have to move quicker than we would otherwise. They are likely to make their excuses and flee if they are aware that this information is no longer in their control. What that time frame is, I do not know. For the matter of your implication in this murder, well, do you have any evidence to exonerate yourselves? I don't know if that is an admissible defense if you are brought to trial. I am aware that you didn't do this crime. I'm asking if you were to encounter the High Watch or you were apprehended by the Watch in Benlor, they don't have anything to speak for your innocence, and you inserted yourself into the magistrate's party, the magistrate was then slain, and then you have absconded. So, do you have anything that would remedy that situation? And you also told an immediately disprovable lie to the High Watch. But you didn't say that. I'm telling you that as DM. Asteth thinks for a second. And then kind of like you can see that he's sort of really processing something. And he looks at you both with his face is very, very gaunt, and his eyes are quite deep set. So he looks very intimidating. Um, but you can see that he has sympathy in his eyes for your plight, but also many other feelings going on at the same time. Um, there is only certain things that we could do, as you are not members of the guild. If you were members of the guild, we could obviously offer you protection, a safe house, etc. But you would then also be under our direct direction, um, which is something that you said previously that you were not interested in, but the offer would still stand. As it stands now, we have business to attend to, we have matters that we must deal with ourselves, which means that we cannot necessarily leave somebody here in order to keep this as a safe place for you, which means I would say that if you do not have any piece of evidence to exonerate you immediately, you may have to find other ways of gathering people's support. If you want to do any of those tasks that were given to you in order to help the people of Benlor, that would improve your lot with them. Although I would say that telling them that you're doing it may create problems, as you will almost certainly be being hunted by the Watch and the High Watch. The other option is if you feel that it is too dangerous for you to stay here, you can travel southward to try and find out what it is that the Count of Gricadi is doing, or perhaps there would be more evidence with the Count of Leon, but I do not know. Those are other things that you could try, but that would involve you traveling an extensive period to new places, and I am aware that you have traveled somewhat, damn it, but those are new lands, and you may find it challenging to find your way there. We're the good guys, I swear. Um, as Death is like talking to you mostly, Aira is standing at the back as she did when you met them before. She after like you're discussing this of what you kind of want to do, she kind of joins the conversation, and says, "Look, you may not have created this situation for yourselves. We don't know, but we have a lot of things to do. Haliashna has far more problems than just what we're trying to do in Bangalore. So if you want to go on your own, you go for it. If you want to help us in what we're doing, you can join us. And then you can have this as your safe space. But those are the options on the table. And frankly, I don't care what you do either way." Asterth nods politely. This is not some sort of cult, but we appreciate this, and we will endeavor to get it into the hands of somebody who will be able to do something with it. As for joining the guild, I will go and draw up some contracts, but you know that that means that you now need to do these tasks for Banlaw. But me and Aero, we are not in Halash now. We have business at the School of Arbus. That is where we are on our way to when Gregor's message reached us and we doubled back. There are some of our number in Haliashna and in other cities as well. We have means of gathering information. Do not worry on that. Hmm? You have several tasks. Um, I can send you, and then you can copy paste the 6 things that you had to do. Because for some reason it won't let me copy paste. I mean, they're not trials. I mean, that's true. Okay, but they're not supposed to be trials. They're just supposed to be things that need doing. Asteth goes off into another room, by the way, and he comes back after about 15 minutes with 2 pieces of parchment. You can talk in the intervening 15 minutes, and if you want to ask Aira anything, she is there watching you. You did. Who are you directing that question to? Um, so you're asking Aira before Astos gets back, or you're waiting till Astos gets back? Okay. There is another entrance that leads to the sewers. When we don't want people to know that we've arrived, we have our own ways in and out of the city. We believe that's also how the whoever it was that was dwelling inside the White Hart Brewery, how they got in too. There's several sewer entrances. There's several sewer exits into the bank of the river. Um, she kind of folds her arms. Well, they're giantkin. They are. I mean, you've met them around. They're 8 foot tall plus. Eh, Maybe he does somewhere, but not as far as I am aware. They are normally nomadic, the ones that live in Gloaming Hoe. The the way that their lifestyle interacts with people is infrequent at best. So we don't know very much about them. We know that the giant clan that lives in Gloaming Hoe is specifically they stick to the traditional ways, tending to their flocks, moving around the mountain paths. They're goats. Um, and normally they would come and find us or come down to towns like Banlaw and they would deliver the goods that they had. But that doesn't seem to be the case. They haven't been back for almost a year, was the last time they would have delivered any goods at all. And that's about the time when we heard they'd started attacking shepherds, other shepherds. Sheep, goat, the line between sheep and goats. Shoats or geep. I would say that you should be cautious. If they ambush you, it will not be good. And likewise, if they think that you are hostile, then they will be defensive. I wouldn't have thought that shepherds were particularly hostile, so Not that we know of. We haven't even been able to find them. There's a lot of places to hide in those mountains. Yes. We know that if you travel through the up into the pass, the main pass from the sanctuary of Cernus, then you will at least get into the center of the heartlands. But there's whether or not that's where they are, I can't answer. Yeah, the priests of Cernus, there. They travel around. They tend the forest. There's normally not very many there, but it's a sanctuary. The seer is also there, of course. Um, if you, she does properly laugh to herself. If you want to listen to their prophecies, also for topography enjoyers, the topographical lines are 100 meters. Mhm. Um, yeah. So after a little bit of time, Asta comes back with these two pieces of parchment. They have big legalese on them, um, saying you agree to be a member of the Rat Guild, you agree to follow directions when given, uh, you agree to not disclose your knowledge of the Rat Guild, that you are a member, etc., etc. What else would it say? Oh, they're not. Oh, okay. They're not liable for any damages or injuries to your person. All that stuff. Uh, the Asta looks at you. You want me to add a clause saying that you are not required to violate. See, the thing. Sorry, his voice is completely gone. The thing is that we wouldn't ask you to do something that's specific. The tasks are to find something out. We don't assassinate people. We don't. It's not a magical compulsion. It's an agreement. But I will make sure that we look into revising some of these in future to specify that people are not required to betray their gods. Very well. Um, Aira comes over after you signed. So she tells you the sequence for opening the door to her, and then after that, she goes to one of the doors at the. You know how there's like in the central chamber, there's like four doors on either side. She goes to the one at the back right, um, and she says, "Follow me." She goes through. There is another room on the side there that's like it's like a storeroom. There's lots of boxes, bags, and stuff like that. And at the back, you can see that there is a a very badly like cut hole in the wall that a wooden door has been affixed to. It's clearly that they knocked through the wall and put the door there. Um, and then on the other side of the door, there is a, from your perspective, a hazy brick wall. Like it looks kind of weird, like obfuscated. Um, and she gestures for you to walk towards the wall. Yeah, you go through. It passes through the wall. Yep. On the other side, you are in one of the one of the smaller sewer waterways, uh, and behind you, the wall is looks entirely solid. It passes through. It just looks perfect inside. And Era is standing in the sewer with you too. Right. This is how, if you need to leave quickly, you can do so this way. No. You just need to remember how you get here. If we marked it, it'd be a lot easier for people to find a secret entrance. Right, and then she tells you. No, actually, no, she wouldn't tell you. She just walk you the path to the exit. It takes about 10 minutes, and it's very, very, very convoluted. Um, as in, you would probably need to walk it at least a few more times. Although I guess you're a ranger, so less for you. But you'd have to do it a few times before you remembered it for sure. It'll be a lot easier for you to go in the front door. Um, and she escorts you to one of the exits. You can hear the river Benel. For those who are curious, what the name of the main river that goes through Benlor is. Um, and yeah, there's just this large sewer grate. There's a small um, hole, kind of a little bit off the top, that is big enough for people to get through. And she gestures you to climb through there. And you are the way that the River Benel works is it's a very wide river, It's not correct to scale on this map because it would look terrible if I drew it like that quickly, which is what this map was done with. It's about half a kilometer wide at this point, and you can see that it's got quite a wide system of banks, and then the banks, the very end of the banks are very high. So Benlor sits, and then you can see it's like probably, I mean, at the highest point of the bank, it's about 100 meters off the river, this massive cliff mud bank thing. And then there's just this large floodplain. Why is there a big explosion? Why did you blow up Benlor? So basically, you've got in total there's probably about a kilometer span. Only half a kilometer of it is actually the river, and then the rest are kind of like mud flats. If that's what you want to do. Yeah, and it's not frozen. All the mud isn't like the mud isn't sticky or anything like that. It's frozen because it's cold enough. Uh, Era is standing on the other side of the grate. Like presumably you've gone through it. Um, we will be, and she calls to you that we will be leaving for the School of Orbis tonight, so we will not be here after today. Yes, well, you're. Oh no, she was just gonna say yes. Your usefulness remains to be seen. We already knew Alfred was guilty. You've just given us proof. No, it's true. That's new information. That this goes further than just the Republic, but what that means, you don't have an answer for. Two counts looking for the death of another country's official is not unheard of. Lutentia? Do you mean Lutetia? I like Lutentia. I should use that later. Um, she looks. No, why should I know that name? An old king. That's centuries, a millennia probably. Yes, returning the rightful rule to Haliashna is the guild's priority. And then she turns around and goes back into the sewer. Oh no. Um, so there are boats that are kind of like stuck in the mud up the flats like close to the bank. Not a lot of them, but they're clearly brought in before the winter, and then they get put in the mud when it's wet, and then they get frozen in. So they don't generally fish during this time. But you could try and get one out of the frozen mud. It might be difficult. You want to dig the boat out. Well, I mean, all the boats here are like fishing boats. They're all like 2-person space for fish and things like that. Okay, it's gonna be athletics because it's gonna be muscle time. With a 15, you're able to chip away at some of the denser frozen mud. Yeah, you have soap. Yes, sorry. Um, oh boy. Yeah, no, you can shift the boat on the mud. You're going to have to push it about 200 meters to get to the um river. Okay. You start pushing the boat over the mud. Uh, it's not a quiet affair. Yeah, you can make a perception. With 27, um, so you can hear the boat like grinding on the mud as you push it along. It's making a lot of noise. Um, and you can see the lights above on the in the town above you. Um, and you definitely hear from up top, quite distant from you. You hear somebody shout, "I think somebody's stealing boats." You're about like 50 meters. You can see where the stairs that come down. They're not like they're far away from where you are. Um, and you can start to see as you're pushing this boat towards the river. There's like 2 silhouettes on top of the thing. One of them holding a torch. And pointing down towards you. And one of them comes over, like runs towards where the stairs to come down are, and then you see the other one run back. It's going to take them time to get to you. You'll get to the river before they get here. Yeah, You push it into the river. The river is reasonably fast flowing, but not like so fast it just takes the boat away. Um, do any of you have uh, knowledge and skills in rowing a boat, or sailing a boat, or moving a boat the way you want it to move? Oh, right, yeah, sorry. You are. Where's my pingy? There's my ping. You're here. Yeah. It does have oars. Hmm. Make it'll be athletics to try and fight against the strength of the water. But as you're doing this, you can see that now um there are a couple of watch at the top of the stairs, and they're beginning to head down. I'll take an average of them. Yeah, so you can start to get control. The boat will still be carried substantially down the river, but you're able to um, force it over. Because remember, like you're going against the river, so you're going to be going downstream anyway. So you probably with that, like you're kind of here before the confluence, just before the confluence, you manage to push the boat onto the other side of the river. Um, you are not very far away. You're not even a kilometer away from the people on the other side of the river. There's moons. You're you're on mud flats. Yeah. You run into the forest. The last thing that you see, you can see that there's now like a gathering that are on the mud flat on the other side where you just were. You can see that there's 3 or 4 people pushing one of the other boats to towards the river, and you can see that there's like maybe half a dozen other people around. Like some of them are watch, some of them are just townsfolk, holding torches and pointing over in your direction. And then you run into the forest. Okay. The forest that you're in is not. I mean, it's not necessarily specific. I guess Benlaw Woods is probably what it's referred to as. It's. I guess it's very loosely connected to the Goldwood, but it's not. It doesn't have remotely the same reputation. It's just trees. It's not particularly large. It's it's the trees clinging to the bottom of the gloaming hull. Okay. I'm thinking you do a survival with a 7. Okay. Yeah. So um with an like eight's not even gonna. It's not gonna fix that though. Uh. So you you try to make your tracks obscured, but it's it's very hard with the frozen ground. Like all the leaves, everything are frozen in. As soon as you like walk into something, you crack. Like you walk over leaves, they're frozen, they break. You can't put them back together. Twigs, they snap. Like it's really, really obvious what is what is broken and what is not. Um, so you, I mean, I don't think that you would be under any illusion that you've hidden your tracks. Um, I'm pretty sure I made the measure correct. So yeah, it's like half. It's like a few hundred meters through the woods to get to the edge of the mountains. Um, yeah. So it's not long. It's not a long walk at all. You're able to push through the woods. It's just that you will definitely be able to be followed until you arrive just at the edge of the woods, and you can see ahead of you Gloaming Hoe, and the ground has gradually risen, but it's very apparent once you're at the mountains because the mountains just shoot up, and they are very like spiky, tall, pointy mountains. Um, very, very immediate, and you're at the edge of the forest, and you're by these mountains. I'm gonna make a suggestion that, well, because we're at the mountains, that we take a 5 minute like loo break, etc., etc., because I really have to go. Yeah, yeah. So BRB. And back. When everybody else is. Hi. How are you? You're hungry? Yeah, no, that's fine. Potato is not back, so. Do, 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 do. Oh. Um. Okay. Just waiting on Potato to get back, and then we can continue. I got to do that at some point. Bonjour. I believe that Kadok is present. Ah, okay. I just didn't want to speak for you in case you were still munching. Okay, yeah. So, um, you arrive at the foot of the Gloaming Hoe. The forest behind you, the Benmal Woods, um, like quite abrupt, and in front of you are these very jagged, rocky um, pinnacles, um, like immediate, and you can see there's several rivers that are flowing through them. Yeah. Bit of an improvement on the dingy old basement. What kind of character, though? That's the real question. Yeah. Well, I can knock up a quick. The lighting's not great, but you want some nice mountains? I can do some nice mountains. Well, I guess this is a good time for everybody to. You already knew this, but everybody else to learn that there are 9 moons of Kithmaris. And there are currently 3 in the night sky. They're all slightly different colors. So nighttime is varies from like blues through to um, like very soft red lights. Like not extreme, like it's mostly just moonlight, but there's sometimes a little hint to the color, so it's probably a little bit blue. Um, and it very quickly paints you um, your landscape, and it's pretty nice. You can't see that like from where you are. There's no obvious paths in the mountains from where you currently are. There is a river to your right, a very fast flowing river, probably about 200 meters across. Um, and you can see that it gets rockier as it goes up into the mountains. Um, yeah. Like it's near the edges. You can see the rocks, but you can't really tell how deep it is at this stage because you're not direct. You're not like next to it, but also it's dark, etc., etc. So it'll be hard to determine the depth, but very. You want me to actually give you like a kilometers per hour, a knots per second? I don't know. About 200 meters wide at this point. You can okay. You know that if you travel along the river further up, that it will get narrower. Make a perception check. Uh, Shallower, I'm not sure. Uh, with 24, you immediately behind you, you cannot hear anything that suggests you're in immediate danger. Um, I mean, you're a little bit higher. Probably, you could as you climb up into the mountains, you'll get a much clearer shot because at the moment it's just trees behind you. Dangerous trick. Yeah. Okay. So you follow along the narrow path that the river is cutting through. There's sparse shrubs, a few trees overhanging, um, and you walk up into the mountains. It doesn't take very long. Following the path of the river, you have to twist and wind around the hills. Sorry, around the mountains. And you're very, very, very quickly gaining height. It's a very steep path. Um, you eventually, probably after about 20 minutes going up, it's tiring because of how steep it is. Um, you can see there's these little waterfalls in the river forming, and the river gets smaller. But you come round a much larger bend in the river, and tucked up above you, probably like 200, well, yeah, 200 meters, and ascending into this almost bowl shape in the mountains, you can see this group of buildings. It's got a simple um, sort of stone wall around it. You can see that there is a larger building inside it, and there is a very, very large tree growing seemingly in the wrong place in a mountain. And there is from the direction you're facing, there's just a sheer cliff to it. And the river at this point is probably only about 100 meters across. Um, and it's in the same kind of gully that it was in before, but the gully is getting narrower now. So, and there does not appear to be from this side of the river any methods of crossing. There's no bridges or anything. You probably looking at getting to 11, like it's approaching midnight. You can see that there are, because it's a lot further away now, so all you can really see is lights. You can see that there are a couple lights on the mudflats by Benlaw, and you can see there is a light kind of on the other side of the river by the forest. You continue up. Um, you'll go past what's on this map. So, you continue along, winding through several bends in the river. Um, you lose sight of the buildings, like pretty quickly, honestly, because the mountains keep getting in the way. Um, the gully continues way up into the mountains. You're probably walking for easily half an hour or more before the river kind of narrows to around 50 meters. Well, I mean, there's no trees this far up. You can immediately tell you are going to have to do a pretty strong swim to get through this current. Um, and if you can see how many rocks there are as well. You could try. Yeah, they're out of the water, so you can try and hopscotch across it, but it's a case of whether or not you'll be able to. Okay. It's gonna be acrobatics, yeah, it's balance and things like that. 25. Yeah, you're able to hop over the rocks. They are slippery. The water is roaring. It's very tense. Um, but you can hop over a bunch of the rocks to the other side of the river. There's a few times where you make it look like you're gonna fall in, but you're in no real danger. Yeah. Okay. Does did the pittance specifically have uh okay, well, you failed if that was an Okay. So it says to prevent a fall, but you're not climbing. So it won't break, but I don't see what it's doing for the. You'll be in the river and it'll hold you in the river. No, 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 no. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay. Strength. Also, this water is very like it's as close to freezing as it can be, where it's still like it's flowing, but it's freezing cold. So if you stay in here for an extended period, you'll need to do con checks. Yeah. It's athletics to climb, as far as I'm aware. So, um, Dermot tries to climb onto the rock that's closest to him, and you like try and pull him at the same time. You're able to pull him, but in pulling him, you actually like pull him past the rock because the rock is slippery and he's trying to grab it, and he can't like get a hold of it as you're pulling him. It's like it's the lack of communication in this instance. Where he is, he can't touch the bottom unless he wants to go under it. Oh, you do your pull up, do your pulling because you get them each session, but you also need them if you're gonna die. Okay, yeah, you're able to pull him over. Um, just because I think you were in the water for a long enough amount of time, do me a con check. You weren't like in there for a lethal amount of time, and just okay, yeah. You have a point of exhaustion from just like being very cold. Because like none of your, even if you were wearing your winter, actually that's true. You were all wearing your winter clothes, weren't you? So your winter clothes are now wet, which means they're definitely not doing nothing. Yeah, and yeah, sorry, fatigued. Yeah, well, you're gonna have to walk half an hour back down the road. Oh, sorry, back down the river. Is take your rest. Okay. You doing? Yeah. Are you doing watches and stuff? No, that's fine. So yeah, you have a long rest. During the night, um, I think a couple times you probably would hear, whether or not you wake up for it, you'd hear the sounds of animals very far off in the distance, echoing around the mountains, like some wolves. There's probably some other things as well. Just like there's a lot of things alive in these mountains. Um, and whether or not that keeps you up is Your own business. Okay. So you want to try a watch? Did you do a watch? Oh, sorry. I was like, is it not showing up? What's happening here? A 15? Yeah. So with a 15, you because of where you've walked to, um, you you hear these noises in the night and all this strange, like the not necessarily very pleasant noises. Um, but you don't see any evidence that the watch have come this far up. Um, during your watch. What that means, you don't know, but you don't get arrested in the night. You do. Mhm. I'm gonna need your. Hmm? Yes. Well, on that note, you do need to roll me the weather. 63. Okay. So it is like pretty bright, clear day. It doesn't really warm up very much, but it's not snowing at least, and it's not. There's a gentle breeze, but there's nothing really bad. It's a pretty nice day. Just a cold winter day, really. Okay. So you follow back down the path, back down the river, along like on the riverbank, and it. I mean, you're gonna have to climb it. It's a cliff. Yeah, yeah. Like it's a shit. This you're in. The best way to think of it, like you're in like a canyon. The river has cut a deep gouge through the mountains, so it's very abrupt. Wow. How many how many do you have in the climbing gear? Does it tell you? A dozen. Okay. And how I don't know what the distance of how much a python covers. For 50 rope, you assume that it's the same amount? Yeah, because this is 100 meters. Okay. No, you need loads because you only have 50 feet of rope. Yeah, that's fine. You only have one climbing kit, right? Okay, there's going to be checks on like you're putting in the pittons to take them out, to put them back in, to take them out, to put them back in. They're gonna break. No, I mean to a certain degree they are, but like they get damaged when you smash them into a piece of rock. That's the thing that it doesn't really say, because like they're basically just like big nails. These pittons. I don't imagine they're supposed to be like modern pittons where they're like the weird pegs that you put the peg in and then you can reuse the peg. How hard is this mountainous rock? Well, it's not soft. No, it's frozen toffee. There you go. No, like it's a hard rock. Like you're a risk of damaging your pittons when you do it. So yes, you can to do the climbing tracks. You'll have to do you have to do four stages because 100 meters, three more than 3 feet per meter. So that's three plus another stage. So four stages. Um, and every time you reuse the pittons, I feel like you're gonna have to roll to see if the pittons get damaged. But we'll just do the flat check on them too. With without pittons. Okay. So true, 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 true. So damn it, you climb. You get the first you try and make 15 meters. You fall down on your ass. Um, Kadok, you are able to climb the 15 feet to put the first piton in. And hmm? No. So you're right. Yeah, no, not 25 feet. It's I think it's 15, right? It's halved. No, wait, 5 feet per 20 feet of your land speed. Oh, this is gonna be bad. This is way more than 4 checks. This No, it's not half as much. On a success, it's 7.5 feet, and on a critical success, it's 12.5 feet. Oh no, a total of 10 feet. Oh, okay. Yeah, 30 feet. So half. Yeah, so it's 7.5 and then 12.5, right? So I got to do feet to meters. It's Yeah, this is not going to be exact, but I just need a rough idea. So it's 300 and mhm. Yeah. So it's 330 feet divided by. I mean, so you've gone 7.5 feet, right? I could. So okay, how many is that going to be? Like 10, 20, 30, 40. That's an insane number of rolls. Okay, yeah, but it's 42 times to see if you crit fail. This is insane. This is what I was doing like 4. You see, I remember the last time, like when we were doing D&D, and you had to climb a thing, and I think we did 4 or 5 segments for that. It's a cliff. It, it, I think it'd be dangerous if you like climbed up the Grand Canyon, like the the walls of the Grand Canyon, right? Uh, I don't know how to. So because it would be 43 rolls, I think. But that's the thing. It's not a net zero chance of failing. It's oh my goodness. Is this the content everybody wants? Sure. 43 rolls. Does it show up if you just you know what your modifiers are, right? If you just do a roll a dice, does it just display all the dice results? Like, so to just tell the thing to roll like 5d20s or something, because I want to see something. No, it doesn't just display them all. Okay, so oh, I just click it. Okay. So for each of you, you have to roll 43. Uh, So immediately you failed after 3, and then you didn't fail. Yeah, so you failed after 3, which would be yeah. So you would have taken damage. But it would have been it would have been from 30 it would have been from 30 feet. And then plus 22 and a half. That's 30 feet, yeah. No, 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 because you already went 7.5 feet, and then you failed after 3, which would have been another 22.5 feet, which means you would have fallen from 30 feet, right? No, that's the minimum. You're not going the minimum. Oh. Oh my god, this is way more dice. Okay, so 330 divided by 5 is 20, 60, 66. And you roll 43. But that means you only fell from 20 feet, Potato, which means that's only 1d6 bludgeoning. No, no, the DC on this is 14. Like, it's not. It's a sheer cliff. Oh my god, this is the worst. I hate this so much. Oh my god. This is the worst. Oh yeah, those were all. Oh, there's way more crits. Yeah, yeah, it's not just nat ones. Of course it is. Oh, God. Uh, yeah, because it's 10 below success. You can't crit fail. No, no, nat one never does. That's okay. No, see, that's even worse. Uh, That okay. That's even worse. It's impossible to crit fail scaling a sheer cliff. You want to up the DC? Yeah, so you aren't allowed to fail because you're strong, not because it's a sheer cliff. So even though you crit fail, the pittons are irrelevant in this. Yeah. No, no, no. I mean, like, Nat one would always fail in D&D because, like, unless you have plus, the minimum DC is 10, right? So unless you have plus 9, you'll fail. I think that Nat one's only auto miss in combat, but this is horrendous. This is why I was like, do I just make the DC just obnoxiously high? I'm going to the climb action. Climb speed, da 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 da. This is the content people want. Climb speed. You get plus. Does it have a sample? Um, See, because the thing is that this isn't supposed to be like that. I think that's supposed to be combat climb rules. That's the reason why it doesn't work. Creatures climb to ascend and descend without extensive safety precautions. Yeah, so that's why I was doing. Yeah, no. I'm supposed to do it the way that I'm supposed to do it. I'm not supposed to use the combat mechanics. I'm supposed to do it in segments. Because, like, it's utterly insane to use any of the combat mechanics in most activities. Because what you just did is you were in a fight and you climbed. You tried to scale a 100-foot cliff. This is how you would have to do it. Yeah, this is wild. So yeah, we'll do it in segments, and I will just have to up the DC because otherwise you cannot fail, which is very feel bad. For those who are watching, I constantly have this debate with Pathfinder versus D&D. This is an example of where Pathfinder frustrates me because it shouldn't be automatic. So no, because I just house rule that and say that's not the case, and then I solved it. I assuming that stays as well. Okay, so segment 1 we will do. You will yeah, make your athletics checks for climbing. We're undoing all. You can delete this honestly, because like this is all just nonsense. There's no way we are climbing like that ever. That's so bad. You rolled a 9. Yeah, it's not exploration. If there's an exploration climb action that you can find, sure, that's different. But so, damn it, you make no progress, Kadok. Damn it, you make it to the next section. So you have one section complete, damn it, and you have one section not complete. So no, you didn't critically fail. So you've gone. So in this segment, you've gone. If it's quarters, so you would have used. I got this right in my brain. So if I divided this into fours, 330 feet in quarters is 200 and no, sorry, 100 and 65, 65, I think. Yeah, 165, and then half of that would be 82 and a half. So each segment is 82 and a half feet. We'll say 80 feet because it's easier. So you will have used all of your rope to get there because he did the first part. So in order for you to progress, he needs to get the next bit. Yes. Which is so yeah, but you didn't critically first, you don't fall. Now Okay, so you'll take. Yeah, so we'll just do that. You fall 20 feet, so it's just 2d6 bludgeoning. I can't roll. I don't think. Oh no, wait, no, maybe I can. No, I can't. That's fine. You take 3. I gotta fix this for next time. I don't know why this is so weird. $13? Yes, you can make it past the first segment. Now you need to roll me. Um, you have 12 pittons. We decided, or it says. Okay, so roll me 12 d20s because you're removing them as you go, right? So I guess 11 technically, but whatever. Um, you are down 2 pittons, so you only have 10 left, which means you can only do 40 feet. Okay. So segment 2, roll me your checks. You are now 80 feet up a cliff. This will take you to the halfway point. I'm fairly certain the description of this area has been fairly consistent that it is sheer cliffs. Okay, yeah, you get to climb. Yep, you're both good. You're now 160 feet up. Okay. Okay, you're still good. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. Okay, don't go anywhere. Uh, yeah, I mean, I guess you do. I guess there's no unless you fail, it doesn't matter. It's just more time. You fail again. Yeah, still failing. Okay, so this is a long time that you aren't climbing. Okay, now you need to roll the piton. This is this is. Okay. Okay, yeah, you don't die, but you do. Well, you fall down another segment. I guess is what we should say it as. Wait, that would be a critical success for that segment. So you still take. The thing is, you just fell 80 feet, right? But when you fall off a ledge, you can potentially stop. You reduce it by 30, so you only fall 50 feet, which is still gonna be like it's still gonna be fatal. Okay, no. Why do you still take damage? Okay, but is this is a no? It says you reduce the fall as 30 feet less. Yeah. No, he's not hit the floor. You are currently 240 feet in the air. He just fell because he failed the segment, right? And they're 80 feet segments. So it's 50 feet. So like, there's no way you can take the damage and live. So I guess you don't fall that. So you don't go down the next segment. This is so scuffed. Can you hold on to a pin? You didn't. So the pitten broke. So you. Okay. But the thing is that you're still gonna be like he's still gonna fall, and if it says he still takes the damage, I mean, maybe 5d6 is what it would be according to this. But like, there's no way I could do that because you just die. Yeah. Okay. Well, you hold on so you don't fall, but you just have to go back to the second segment. I'm not doing the damage to you because otherwise, like, this would be over on on episode 2. It'd be nonsense. I think this is well. I mean, that's a combat thing. That's not actually exploration. None of the this yeah no. So like all of this combat stuff, all of the actions, everything about Pathfinder, like does not have yeah that is yeah it shooketh. Yeah, you're probably about halfway up now, uh, Kadok. He's closer to the top. Okay, I believe it gives you a flat bonus. You no, it lets you re-roll a check, or you can stop yourself from dying. Okay, yes, so you make it to the next segment. It does not critically succeed for this because it's harder the higher you're up. You're only one segment away, and so is damn it. Did well? I mean, you free climbed, right? Or were you? This is this is so messed up. Yeah. Yeah, you can get to the top. Just you can both get to the top. Just get out of this kind. Anything outside of combat in Pathfinder, everybody, it's just a wonderful thing. Yeah, definitely didn't. We won't. We'll just ignore the fact that technically you died. Yes, we definitely. I mean, I guess technically, yeah, you could have used a hero point to stop yourself dying when you did that. But the thing is that you would have taken damage halfway up a cliff, died, and then you would have kept falling. Oh boy. Okay. Right. So you you carry along the very jagged, narrow cliffs now. You can see that there's little possible paths all over them. Like they're not paved or anything like that. It's just like what looks like little trails. Um, you takes you a bit longer to walk as high as you are now, like because it's not the same straight path that the river was. Um, and you approach ahead of you, you can see that there is walls. They're higher than you. They're probably about another 50 meters up from where you are, but you can see these walls of this complex on the edge of a cliff, and like the mountains kind of come into the walls. The walls using the mountains to make more boundaries, and there's this giant. The path that you're walking along from the north, you can see that to the east, like right to the direction in front of you, you have to go to the side to see these walls. There's this enormous precipice of a mountain that goes into the side of this. And it does not look like there is a gate on these walls that are 50 meters ahead of you. Oh, sorry, 50 meters above you. They're not 50-meter high walls. They're only about 10-meter high walls, but they're 50 meters above you. More climbing if you want. Do you want to climb again? So the wall that's in front of you is like it's a cliff. There is a mountain um, to your like so you are here. I guess is the easiest way of drawing this. Yeah, you're there. Where I just pinged. Um, so there is a wall up in front of you, and then directly south of you there is an enormous cliff. You can climb, or you could call for help, or other things. I didn't finish drawing the wall there. Uh, There's little yeah, there's like little sort of towers. They're not necessarily to um they're not defensive. It's just a marker kind of thing. So So um, you call out. You wait for a response. Takes a little bit of time, but eventually, probably like 5-10 minutes later, you hear from the walls. Who is it? Why didn't you use the pilgrim's path? The path that leads to the sanctuary from the river below. One second, I'll go and see if we have any rope. No, it's the other river. It goes away. Um, uh, uh, oh yeah, you're probably very badly damaged. Um, there is a there's a moment, like a moment passes where you're just sort of standing there, and then you see a silver rope, like it twinkles in the light, be thrown over the walls that comes all the way down to the floor. And then you hear that the same voice again. I suppose you can come this way. It's not the normal method, but you want to investigate it? Go for it. I mean, you can do nature, but I mean, I was thinking investigation to determine the material. Okay, no, you have no idea. There's no investigation. What? Oh, sorry. Yes, yes, yes. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So yeah, it would be nature then. That's fine. Yeah, you have no idea. Yes. So you can climb up the rope. Finally, you enter into the sanctuary proper. You can see that all of these little walls were the little turrets that like they look like they're extra storage. Like maybe one of them is a dovecot, that sort of thing. Um, there's little buildings in the walls. But generally, it's not a very big sanctuary. You can see there's this grassy field, there's this massive tree, and then you can see the main temple building behind you. It's generally circular, with sort of 9 prominent columns on it, and there's sort of doors. You've seen temples to the Outland gods before, and this follows the same pattern. It's just like it's made of wood. Um, it's much more natural, and you can clearly tell it's dedicated to um, Cernus. If you know what the stave churches, I think they are in Norway, they're these very tall wooden churches. It looks similar to that. And then the other thing you can see is, apart from the walls of the sanctuary, you can see that to your left of where you are, there is a little gate and there is a little path that clearly goes all the way down the mountains, which is which goes there. Yeah. The priest who threw the rope down to you. They're wrapping the rope up back into their arms. It seems very weird. It seems to be like magically wrapping itself up because this is quite an old um, halfling man, and he's in his white robes with the green sort of accents indicating he's a priest of Cernus. He has sort of silvery, wispy hair that's left of it, and he's wrapping up um, this rope, and it's sort of raveling itself back up. Um, it's not a dissimilar color. And once he's done raveling it back up, so why would two travelers in the mountains of the Gloaming Hoe? Seems a odd place to be. Oh, you were sent by. You've heard of the raids on the shepherds? Well, the giantkin haven't bothered our sanctuary, but we've offered shelter to several shepherds who have fled. Who sent you, if I may be so bold? I didn't think that it was a matter for the magistrate or the Republic's officials. Though, you mean a rat guild? I'm afraid I don't know who that is. Well, that's a noble cause. If you wish to make offerings for Cernus to watch over your journey, you're welcome to the temple shrine. And if you wish to make this your resting point before traveling on, you're also welcome to do so. Why didn't you just use the path? Ah, well, I am sure that. Hmm? Well, Cernus certainly appreciates those who are able to look after themselves. I am Silvus. I am the seer of Cernus here. I currently, the other priests are away tending their own matters, so it is just me here tending to the shrine as I always do. No, he's a halfling. Yes. There isn't much to say other than some of the shepherds have been attacked by the giant kin, as they put it, higher up into Gloaming Hoe. To my knowledge, there are no other giant kin besides the group that makes this their home. They call themselves the Gloaming Hoe after their mountain home. Uh, the other giant kin that live around Haliashna, they either live in the cities or some of them, like the Gloaming Hoe, keep to themselves. They don't come to visit the shrine, they don't pay homage to the gods or the ancestors in the same way that we do. No, that was the last one who arrived, did so months. Would be maybe month and a half, 2 months ago now, the last one that was here. Uh, but there are very few shepherds who are tending to their flocks in the mountains now. No, no, they returned. They made their way to the lowlands uh, towards Haliashna. But they said that they were tending their flocks. If you follow the river, actually, that you uh, just climbed up past, if you follow that uh, uh, 2 days, most likely, to its source, there was a small pasture that the shepherd was using, and that was the last place they were seen, but that was several months ago. But there may be clues there. Well, they change from time to time. Those who want to make the shrine their home, some have gone to tend the Goldwood. That happens in the winter with the Goldwood's properties, meaning it does not generally feel the worst effects of the winter. There's been a couple who have uh, traversed the Webwood, and my apprentice, who was here until maybe a month ago, they have made their way out into the Bay of Orob and possibly beyond. They wanted to tend to the creatures that make the make Mount Gele their home, the islands around there. But others come and go whenever they please. It is not the business of the priests to investigate such matters. We are duty bound to preserve our shrine and preserve the natural world. If the giant kid no longer wish to share their home with others, then that is their way. But you. Hmm? Yes, no, I encourage you to do so. I'm just. This is a sanctuary. This isn't a bureau of investigation. But if you wish to spend the day here. You are welcome to rest. There is the spring inside the temple. I'm sure that the waters will rejuvenate you. Yeah. No, is it like so inside the temple, which is where he leads you to? It's a massive hollow space inside. Um, there is the beams of the building look like trees. They not carved as trees. They look like they've been grown to make the beams of the building. Um, and around the sides there are these large um, what look like hot springs. And at the center, there is a large statue to Cernus with the antlers, the long hair, and the uh, equine or animally body. It's like the four legs, two arms, looks a bit like a centaur, but probably isn't. Holding his spear aloft, and you can see that um, around behind this sort of circular area in the middle, there is into the mountain. There is an alcove cut out, so you have the wooden structure of the building, and then you have something cut out of the mountain, where there is a door that leads to stairs that go downwards. And you can see that there's lights coming from inside there, and it's very pleasantly warm inside the building. Yeah, for drinking the spring water. It's like a hot spring, right? You don't normally drink that unless you want to. You you sit in. It's a hot spring, right? I mean, if you want to, Silvus will be like, interesting. Don't normally take it, but well, everybody's welcome. Would you like some leaves to go in that? I have some dried leaves. Yeah, it's a hot spring. It's very refreshingly warm. Yeah. Silvus will continue attending to his business in the temple until required. No, he doesn't need to get off in the hot springs. You want to ask him about that sort of thing? Yeah, he's around the temple. He's not. No, he's in the temple. He's just doing other things. I. You want to try it? Go for it. He comes over. Yes. There are a few well-trodden paths. I don't know how often they're used now, but if you follow the rivers into the Gloaming How, you'll find the grazing fields of many of the goats. There's grasslands tucked between the mountains. And if you don't want to follow the rivers, then I fear you may be a bit more lost, but you may come across some paths that are less frequently used, and perhaps they're more likely to have people along them. Yes, we don't have a map. They change seasonally. Um, if the weather is particularly bad, then sections of the mountain paths may be gone entirely. There's avalanches and there's many large creatures which dwell within that you should also be aware of. Great beasts which make this place their home, and also, besides the giant kin, there are other creatures that may attempt to mislead you. There are spirits that dwell within the mountains, creatures not dissimilar from those that dwell within the Goldwood. They are the mountain sprites. They may, if they find you or isolated, they may take their fun with you, but being prepared is a good defense against them. Knowing that you could be deceived. Keep to your course, try not to be distracted, and you should be safe, as long as their attentions are not too demanding. Mhm. He goes back to tending if there's no other questions for him. Yeah, you can do perceptions. There's only really one way you can see the rest of the land, and it's down the pilgrim's path that you have been shown to, but you can look that way. Yeah, but you already came that way, right? Oh, okay. You can do perceptions. 21. No, you don't see any evidence of any of the watch either in that river path that you went or along the pilgrim's path. Yeah. If you wish to paint pictures of things, you can paint pictures of things. Unless you want to talk to Easel specifically. he will have no additional. The painting elf is happy in their work. They won't have anything additional to say. Well, Yeah, he'll. It only takes him a few seconds to do any of them, so. Yeah. So, are you traveling this day, or are you going to wait this day? It's a pleasant day. You didn't have any problems today traveling. Well, I mean, minus the abysmal climbing of a cliff. Yeah, but I mean, he'll be able to assist you going down the wall. Like, okay. So, you stay there the day you dry off. You walk around the temple. Um, Probably about like in the afternoon. Um, Silvus comes back from tending to something outside, and he proceeds to walk towards the alcove and down the stairs into where you saw that light from before, and he is there for an extended period of time. Yeah. So you look into this alcove. It goes down. The steps go down into this very rough rock cut cave, and you can see in the bottom of it, there's kind of this layer of mist that sits. Looks like steam and maybe other things. You can see that it's seeping out of the rocks, and there's a font in the middle, and you can see that Silvus has gone into this area. You can see him from where you are. You're above where this mist and um, steam, this haze kind of thing is, and um, he's standing over a font and appears to be looking into it, but it's all inside the mist. And he's like got his finger and he's like tracing shapes inside the water. Yeah. The pit of mist, really. That's what we're calling it. It's not a pit. It's got stairs. How many pits have stairs? Yeah. Are so you're descending into the mist? Okay. Um. So I will need you to make a Constitution saving throw. Yes. Sorry. I'll remember the names of things eventually. Um. With a 17, you can feel you get very lightheaded and dizzy, but you're able to stop yourself from like succumbing to the fumes if you don't proceed further. It smells like there's probably a sulfury smell to it, but it smells like lots of different, like naturally, like weird smells like that, all mixed all together. Do you wish to continue? Sylvis does not appear aware of your presence. You're probably about 10 feet away. No, like he's in front of you. He's looking towards the door, but he does not appear to be aware of you. No, you can feel woozy is the best way of putting it. Okay. So, when you get to the font, make another Constitution saving throw. Yeah, so the same woozy feeling, but you are able to overcome it. When you walk towards the font, you can see that he is um like his eyes are milky, like they're kind of covered over, and you can see that he is drawing inside um the font very specific like patterns. Like he's drawing spirals, he's drawing shapes, and he's drawing all these images. And as you approach the font, um, like you see that his finger begins to trace um, more ever increasingly complicated shapes until suddenly he stops and he looks at you. His eyes all clouded over, and he puts out his hand from like looking at um, the font. He picks his hand up and he puts his hand over the font to your hand, like towards your arm. That he's trying to pick up your arm. Uh, and he goes to place your hand in the font. Okay, and before he puts your hand into the font, he says, "Sanus greets you," and then he puts your hand in the font. Um, and immediately you start to see your eyes kind of immediately, like everything goes black for a second, and then you start to see shapes appearing from the blackness. You start to see um like great triangular shapes that everything kind of begins to fade from black to gray. um you can see that there is you're walking along between these giant gray triangles. um you can see the shapes of figures fighting in the distance. What they're fighting isn't clear. You can hear noises of dozens of different kinds of animals, or most of them animals you've never heard. And you continue walking along this path until you see that there is um, what looks like a glowing purple, like it's just a purple light source, is all you can see, and it seems to be glowing and glowing. Um, and then you see another hand out of the gloom, covers, like puts something over it, and the purple like light vanishes, and then you see everybody stop fighting, and then the vision fades and you kind of come to. No, it was just a light source in the vision. Make a perception check. See how much detail you can get off the hand. Well, it looked like a humanoid hand. Didn't look like a nightmare hand or anything. No, nothing like that. Just like a generic humanoid looking hand. You're back in the room. The vision's gone as quickly as it arrived. It fades away, and you're now standing there, and Silvus is standing over the font. Your hand is still in the font, and his eyes appear to have cleared. What did you see? Yeah. No. It seems as though Cernus has given you a path. Perhaps he seeks to guide you on your journey. Perhaps it is another matter. There are many things that could be light, no matter how strange. These these visions take time to become clear. I would say that you are fortunate indeed to have been given such a powerful vision on your first visit to the shrine. Mhm. He comes around the font, seeing that you're still woozy. Come, the shrine is difficult for those who are not of the faithful to maintain their composure within. Come, I will lead you. And he comes around, he sort of walks you out of the mist and up the stairs. The gods know their purpose, and ours is to follow their guidance. That is what it is that we do in the shrine, in the sanctuary. We listen for what the gods tell us and what Cernus guides us towards. And he'll lead you out of the inner sanctum into the main part of the temple where you can sort out your head problems. Yeah. Okay. Go for it. Purple is not a color associated with Cernus. Visions such as these may be abstract, they may be simplified imagery, they could have nothing to do with reality, they could be entirely interpretive. But this does not appear to be specific to Cernus. It's probably the most important part of what you wanted out of your religion. So you're walking down a path, and the um, either side of the path was triangles, gray triangles, triangular shapes that were gray. They were upright. Perpendicular. Like you're walking down a path and either side is triangular shapes. So, is there anything else you want to do, or do you want to begin to make your way along the... Yeah, like, yeah. Okay. So, you spend the night in the sanctuary. It is relaxing, soothing, probably. It's a nice, inviting environment, and you complete your rest. You only had 1 damage, right? You can just make your hit points full. I don't. Oh boy. Okay, we don't need to up here. Oh god. No ERP, please. Um. So, I assume you ask Sylvis to assist you in getting back down onto the path that you're on. Okay. So, roll me the weather check, please. Okay. So, as you're walking along this path, um, it starts to get windy. Um, yeah, like this doesn't happen immediately. Oh, okay. Yeah. Sylvis will thank you. He will appreciate the fact that you said thank you. Um, you yeah. Yes. You follow the path. Um, and after probably an hour of walking along this path, so you walk past where you climbed up before, and you can see that the river goes off into like you cannot see the end of the river because it's just so winding all the time. Um, and eventually you start to the breeze that was there, you start to feel the breeze pick up and pick up until like it's really windy, and you as the wind is coming in, you can feel the temperature dropping. Um, for what it's worth, number. Oh yeah. The snow follows the drop in temperature until very quickly, like by the middle of the day, it is a blizzard. You can hardly see. Oh, the audio keeps cutting out. What? That doesn't seem good. I hope it's not continuing to do that, but we'll have to see. I'm not sure why it would be doing that, but um, hopefully it's not too bad. Anyway, yes. I'm going to assume that it's going to be for everybody if it's what it probably is. I don't think I should have dropped frames or like dropped um, output. Yeah, the bit rate should be fine. Okay. Well, I'm hoping then that the audio problems aren't too bad. But if they are, then I'll have to fix that for next time. Because I don't know what it is that would be doing it to fix it now. So, yeah. So anyway, so there's very, very, very bad. The the blizzard has come in like by the time you've walked like maybe 2-3 hours. And it will slow your progress. But yeah. So you cannot see the river where you are now. hmm Yeah, you can hear it most of the time, but the snow will be muffling the noise somewhat. Okay. Um, yes, of course. So, do you want to do any perceptions, anything like that? So with as you're going along the path, you can hear the river below you, um, and you eventually come to a point in the path where you can see that the path splits, um, and you can hear the river below you still. Yes. So one of them goes straight ahead, and the other one turns to your right. No, you can see each other. You can feel the wind. Like you also probably have to walk like kind of lower to the ground to help with the wind. At least I would say 4 hours. Okay. So you make up. So roll me. Um, what should this be? No, 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 no. That'll be a different thing. So yeah, you set up tent. Uh, during the blizzard, you can hear the wind like tearing around outside. The snow piling up. Do you want to do lookout watches on your rests or? Mhm. Uh, with a perception 24, the wind muffles many, many, many things, but you can hear very faintly and distantly a growl, like a low growl, but it's really distant. It sounds like it's carried on the wind, but you get the impression that there is certainly something around, whether or not it's following you or it's about to attack. But the about to attack, it's certainly not about to attack. It's not outside. It's quite distant. But you don't know whether or not something's stalking you. It says, and it's a bit unclear because you can't see them. That's a nature check. Once he points it out, so yeah, you can hear it. Um, so you the fact that you don't recognize it tells you that it's something that only lives in the mountains. Um, what it sounds like it could be is a large, like maybe a large cat animal, or because it's like it's quite a low growl. It might be a large cat, or maybe it'll be. It could also be something like a big. It doesn't sound like a dog because it's not like howling and woofing or anything like that. It's not even making like wolfy noises. So it could be like a mountain bear or a mountain like all the other mountain animals that are around. Like I guess you probably would. It could be even be a yeti. You don't know what yetis are. Like they probably make low growls. Things like that. Something. It doesn't sound friendly. Yes, it certainly doesn't seem like you're in immediate danger, but you might be being stalked. Yeah, yeah. We've got 15 minutes left to go, so we would be stopping there because we start a little bit later. But if you don't mind waiting 10-ish minutes, okay, okay, great, good news, everybody. Kadok has a jar. You know what? Actually, so after you complete your long rest, you know this is probably like keeps you on edge all night. But you wake up and you are fine. Um, but that's actually like that's a good point to end the session because I have to do an ASCII thing that I want to do like on the stream because it came up today again and I feel like we need a decision, which is the Pathfinder D&D thing. So that will be the end of like the session part because like we're at a good spot where you're on the path now. Um, there could be a horrible monster ambush and everybody could be dead next time, but that's fine. That's its own thing. Um, but so the climbing is a perfect example. No, but the thing is that that's all of the rules for anything that's not combat. Like there's nothing of those for that. The exploration action things are bare bones threads at the most. Um, let me go to exploration section. Like the way exploration works is very 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 bare bones. It's almost exactly the same thing as D&D, only with Yeah. So what happens when there's any other things to do with that? No, it has very, very free flowing climb rules. That's the point. Or like, sorry, exploration rules. So like I can just say we can do this as segments. Like if you were climbing, so like it's 60 feet. If you're climbing, I mean, even on a 100-meter wall, that would be in 60 feet segments. That would be it'd be 5. Yeah, it'd be more segments than I would do, and I think 4 segments is a lot, but it's supposed to be hard because all of them have like strict rules, which I don't think adds anything at all to any of the game. It puts numbers on it. It makes it 15, and if it was 15, you literally can't fail. So what's the point in rolling? But you're not. You're crap at athletics, comparatively speaking. You're level 1. You're only trained in athletics, right? So if at level 1, the bare minimum, you can never fail. What? Yeah, at level 1. Do you understand now why I said that we need to have the conversation and we need to come to an answer? Because that is utterly insane. It's the fact that there are like pretty much any exploration thing is automatic. The only time you fail is in combat. The only time that there is challenge, the only time that there is any interaction with the risk of you dying is combat. But you didn't because we did it wrong. You couldn't fail if we did it by the rules. But that means I have to change all of them. I mean, I guess, but it just like the DC's is it's so wonky. No, if it's some other, you can't fail climbing unless there's some reason why you can't. So if it's frozen, it's got oil on it, it's wet, there has to be another thing, which is fine with this one as well. You're in the middle of winter, it's windy, it's frozen rocks, you're climbing up a sheer cliff. You should be able to fail that. But what I'm trying to, so the problem that I have is that the we're at level 1. You're only going to get better at these things, which means I have to arbitrarily make things. So Wes is like, if I say the DC for climbing a frozen wall in D&D is 15. Let's just say that I said it was 15, right? At level 1, that's probably quite difficult for you. Level 20, it's a waste of time. You don't care anymore because you're good at it. In Pathfinder, that same wall, I have to, over the course of the game, increase the difficulty of climbing the wall. Because otherwise, it's meaningless at the start and it's meaningless at the end. Unless I make it so just weirdly hard at the start. Like I set that to 18. 18 DC at level 1 for what's not supposed to be hard. It's just supposed to be able to be failed. Yeah. But that's the same as a crit failure then. You've fallen and you've got to catch yourself. I mean, I can do that. I can just make that everything ends up being a crit failure, which that seems feel bad. It's the fact that there's nothing on a failure, and that there is no real chances of crit failures for anything that you're actually going to do. Because you're not going to do things that are going to result in crit failures. So, but none of you have climbed cliff faces before. Trees, but trees are a lot easier. They have branches. Some of them do, but I don't know. Like I'm the my problem with Pathfinder is. Mhm. Oh, okay, yeah, no. Well, it's not. It's still a cliff face. It's still got handholds, but it's my problem is that there is basically I can just read exposition for anything that's not combat because the only thing that is going to impose challenge on you will only occur in combat. Or it'll be like it could be very obnoxious traps, I suppose. I could put a trap like halfway up that cliff face, and if you trigger it, you get a spike in the face and then you die. Like, yeah, I know. It's just it requires a lot more modification than it should need because it's not. I don't know. In my opinion, it is entirely not written for anything outside of dungeon crawling. I've read through most of these books now. They are not written for anything besides combat. Like they're as bare bones as D&D, but without actually the courtesy to say just make up the exploration stuff. Like they give you pretty bare bones, not great. The world is a dangerous place rules. That's I think that is probably what my problem is. It's the illusion of there being something there and there's not. It doesn't. It's. But I know that everyone wants the combat in Pathfinder, so it's like, and I can't just hybridize the system of we do everything else in D&D and then we do combat in Pathfinder, so it's well, what things though? Because I like the thing is that I'm also way more confident with house ruling and modifying D&D. I would not be able to modify the DC in Pathfinder because I have no idea how they're deriving it. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, but I mean that's what everybody is doing in Pathfinder too. Because you're allowed to block as well in oh sorry, dodge in D&D. Yeah. So like you can do, I mean, but the thing is like I don't have a problem if you actually wanted to try and intimidate somebody in a combat. Like why would that not be allowed to be a thing? Is it that because there is an action to do it in Pathfinder that makes it seem like you can do it and you can't do it in D&D? Well, no, it's an intimidation check, right? Because honestly, I imagine that the DC on your intimidation will be higher to start with, at least because like spell DCs. I mean, if you're at level 1, probably aren't. They should be what, 15 or 16, depending on your intelligence, or depending on spellcasting. Whereas you could be 2. I mean, I guess yeah, it would end up being probably the same thing. It depends on what your stats were, because intimidation being strength. So, yeah, but like you can do that as a thing. No, everybody has the house rule of you can intimidate with your strength. I'm pretty sure that's actually even that might even be in the DM's guide of you can have alternative ways of doing things like that, because it makes zero sense that the people who would be most intimidating are obviously the big scary people, and they have no charisma and so cannot do it. Um, but things like that, yeah, I agree that they're not actions in the same way, but I mean, what combat actions even are there in Pathfinder besides like the obvious ones? Okay, so in terms of like the hitting, like the combat interaction thing, D&D you can dodge, you can disengage, you can hide, you can help, you you can ready, but readying is different. Yeah, but you can grapple, you can shove. I mean, I wouldn't see why you wouldn't be allowed to trip something in that, but you would make them prone because there's no flat-footed in this. But flat-footed is literally just old D&D's flanking bonus, so it's exactly the same. Um, for the if you have the house rule, if you have flanking bonus, because it's not normally there. And grappling is, I'm sure that it's virtually the same. Shoving, cover, and the finding. So I guess that's in D&D you're allowed to do perceptions and investigations to find out. Your GM can explain to you what is likely to be the case with creatures if you do things like looking at them and stuff. Whereas as in Pathfinder, it's reveal a weakness and resistance and things like that. Which, yeah. See, that's where it gets just weird. By learning, not by just revealing their stats. Which means you wouldn't be using the combat action. Which means I'm happy with the library thing. Well, no, because it does entirely depend on what it is. The thing is that in Pathfinder, because the resistances aren't half and then immunity, it's like whatever the value says that it is, it reduces it by, right? So you can, in theory, hit everything with everything. It just reduces damage, which is fine. But the fact that you can also just know what those are. I mean, the thing is that almost everybody knows that DMs and GMs they're going to never. They're always going to slip up at some point and tell you what the weakness is because they're going to be reading it off the stat block and just like, yeah, no, that's half or something like that. Like it's, and there'll always be ways of telling you that information without it being a what's this? But also the number of reductions and stuff will make it like it makes combat a lot. I mean, that's why like in Foundry it has by default enabled the tracking health bars because that's what it is. It's like you know what their health bars are, you know what they're going to do, you know how to kill them. Like it's all it's what's the I'm trying to think of the word for it. It's you're not like RPing. We've discovered this monster we didn't know about. It's we've discovered this monster, and now we're going to track its HP and its resistances, and we're going to break down how you beat it, and not try and beat it. But there's a word that I'm trying to think of, and I can't think of it. I I know, but I want to have the conversation. Nobody seems to want to have the conversation about it. It's well, no, I care a lot because I want to really like Pathfinder. I really want to like it. But the fact that there's nothing outside of combat that's remotely good is just awful. Because, like, as a DM, everybody knows combat will happen, but it's not going to be the main. It's not going to be the only thing that happens. I like the story and the combat to be meaningful in it. But Pathfinder needs way more combat. Like, I mean, D&D you can make it combat, and it's like, how do I change the way that I'm doing it to make the system enjoyable? Because changing the system, like I would have to rewrite whole sections, and same's true of D&D when it's set up to be combat. Because like there's some pre-written campaigns where it's basically combat constantly. Like some of the ones where you literally is a dungeon. I mean, Dungeon of the Mad Mage. It's literally just a dungeon crawl. And Tomb of Annihilation is the same way. Yeah. So it's how do I find where the fun is, and that's the problem that I have with it. It's not that I'm opposed to it; it's that I'm trying to find the fun part, and it is obfuscated. I'm also like what else is this? I think the no, I'm aware of that. Like that's the other part that I don't necessarily want to do. I'm trying to like finding creatures and stuff. It's the other there's another one of creatures being renamed so they're not copyright is also like trying to find what their names are. Because like I think what was I looking for? Because I was looking for some kind of like saber-toothed cat, right? For no reason at all. Um, and I cannot, for the life of me, work out what it would be, what it would be called for Pathfinder, because it's obviously not called the same thing. And just trying to work out what to. I don't know. I struggle a lot with trying to get the that part because I can't make stat blocks for creatures in Pathfinder. Um, yeah, because I mean that's what it is. Things seemingly hit like way harder than I think that they should. Like, yeah, but like, so if I go to like this, so we'll go to a centaur, which is like, it's a difficulty 3 creature. Um, it's doing on average 9 damage every hit. And it's getting how much again? It's getting plus 11 to hit. So I don't know what your guys' ACs are right now, right? But I'm assuming plus 11 means I don't even have to roll like a 10 for the most part. So like actually coming up with a stat block like off on the fly, I I wouldn't be able to do that. Yeah, but it's not. It does. Yeah, it, it could just be my inexperience of just needing to find the trick in it. But I gotta a single good online toolset for Pathfinder would save its ass. Like trying to find this stuff. Yeah, but I don't think it's out yet. Because I mean, I have all the databases of all the billions of creature stat blocks and stuff, but finding the right names for the things that I want and not just like so. For example, if you start a fight with somebody, I don't know, not that you necessarily would, but like sometimes people just start a fight with just a random person in a town. I can easy peasy do a profile for that for D&D. Just I don't need to go and refer to a stat block because I can just do one. But you need to scale it in Pathfinder is the problem, and I don't know how you scale in Pathfinder because everything seems to be whether it's like a difficulty level 12 or difficulty level 3. Like, oh, okay, never mind. Difficulty level 12, I just looked, and it's plus 25 to hit, so it doesn't miss. Yeah, you know what, I suspect that that is really what is throwing me off a lot is scale. The fact that things scale as you go to the point where, like, if you look up town guards, for example, town guards scale with the players. So there's, but that's D&D logic. That's not Pathfinder logic. Yeah, like well, some of them should be. Yeah, like the I like the idea. I mean, I guess that's the video game thing, right? In video games, an area, depending on the video game, will be level locked. So, like, WoW is a good example. Like, everything is different regions are different levels when you go there. It doesn't matter what your level is. That's the way that it is, which is D&D logic. Whereas, um, oh, now I'm trying to think of there was it was in my head and it just went out. But the games where the game wherever you are it levels with you. Skyrim, I think, is a good example. Places places level with you regardless of where you are, and not to an extreme. Hmm? Yeah, just total randos. Um, oh, because I mean that's like that's Pathfinder. That's what I'm trying. Whereas D, like I guess in D&D, the has the opposite problem. Like, oh, you're high level, and we got chumps. Well, guess what? I got a big pile of chumps for you because I can keep putting chumps in here until the cows go home. So you have to become mass murderers in D&D. Whereas Pathfinder, you don't necessarily have to do that. Yeah, it's like level 20, but you're only fighting guards. Okay, well, I guess I get 1,000 guards. You're still probably going to win, but oh boy, is it not going to be fun for you. Okay, well, I mean, if the vote is as long as people understand that, like, I really want to like Pathfinder. I'm not just saying that. Okay, it's and if somebody has like how like if there is a book that I'm missing that has the exploration stuff to make it not like a headache or pretty meaningless, which is what it's like in the core rules. Um, I would like to know it because But Pathfinder did write things. That's the problem. No, no, it didn't. It just like make it up because it's easier. It's like we don't know how you want to run your campaign, so it's just easier if you do it. Then like if it's a pre-written campaign, then like they're normally pretty good for the world exploring stuff because it will set what all the DCs are for everything. But like these like genuinely the wall thing, if it's supposed to be DC 15 because it's not perfectly smooth, at level 1 you should still be able to fail. Well, because climbing is only athletics in. Yeah, whereas in D&D you're allowed to use acrobatics, which I know that people have issue with it. Yeah. Yeah. Because I think that's go for it. Yeah. But I think in D&D Dex, because Wes is like charisma in Pathfinder is way better explained than it is in D&D. I think Dex in D&D is better explained because dexterity is supposed to be that. It's not just that you're quick. It's that you're quick and have muscles. It's just that you're not. So like if you were like but athletics in D&D is way like strength and athletics is way more about having massive amounts of muscle, which isn't what climbing is. You need specific muscle. Yeah, and I think that no, in D&D that's the whole point is that they're supposed to it's like daggers and stuff. The reason why you hit harder when you have a dagger is not just that you found the precision point, but you can make sure that that knife goes where it's supposed to. Which I I mean, I hope nobody here knows what it's like to try and push a knife into a human being, but they don't go in as easy as people think they do. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. Like an assassin with a plunging dagger, they still need to have like a lot of arm strength to do that. But they don't look like bodybuilders, and that's what D&D that the difference between D&D and Pathfinder for dex and strength is that in D&D strength is you look strong and are. Dexterity is you don't really look strong, but you actually are. Because yeah, but that's just but it's the same thing as like dancers. Dancers freaking legs just they're all solid muscle. Well, no, I could yeah, but like that's what I think. I think both games they explain one stat better than the other. Like because everyone charisma in D&D is the worst explained stat ever. Charisma in Pathfinder is well done. Um, yeah, which lots of people do because it's cool. Who doesn't want to be a big strong person? No, because we already like there is so many house rules that you just use by default in D&D as well. Like intimidation, you can strong with it because obviously you can. Like that's I guess that's the other thing. Like there's so many things I would love to house rule in Pathfinder. I don't know what happens when you house rule Pathfinder. Yeah. Like by the weekend we'll have it sorted. Like by next Saturday it will be sorted. Like if tomorrow or during the week the issue of how do I make the rest of the not combat stuff good is solved, then I'm still down for it. And if I can also find a thing for the encounter building that doesn't melt my brain, um, then again that solves that problem. But as of right now, probably unless I can solve the problems. Because if I can just house rule Pathfinder, I think I would like to try to, but I don't know how to. And the thing is as well is that like as we've played D&D before, we had a lot of the other stuff. It's not necessarily in the rules, but we were doing a lot of the other stuff that's already in Pathfinder. Because if you want to do something, you just ask me, and I'll probably be able to work out a way of doing it. Um, See, that's why you use external shops. You don't use the internal shop. You use the like I think Don John has a shop. What was the one that we did? It was Kassoon is another shop. Like there's so many D&D shops that fix it. Um, but yeah. Oh, that's true. I do love D. I do love that. That's true. Well, I mean, like it can do. I'm not opposed to that. It's more um it's a lot more cool for the characters for combat to be I guess more dramatic, more impactful rather than you're on the road. Let's roll to see what encounter you get, like that kind of thing. Because like everyone will probably notice that there's no, you're not unless something's going on, you're not really getting attacked on the road. I mean, I know you literally did get attacked on the road, but it's not like every day there's gonna be something. Yeah. Well, like, cause no, you have in D&D and Pathfinder, you're supposed to roll each day to see if there's like random things. I don't really do that because I that doesn't make the combat feel meaningful. Um, but yeah. Well, we did go a little bit over, but I feel like having that conversation was good. So um, that will be this campaign for the Path of Folly for this week, and we will return next week at the same. We should come up with a catchphrase, but we can't use same bat time, same bat channel because somebody already stole that. Tragically. Um, but we will return 2 o'clock next Saturday, and probably playing D&D unless something weird happens in the week. Um, so yeah, that is all for this week. Thank you anyone for watching. I'm stop. Oh, okay. Well, thanks for that massive confidence boost there.